Please note that this content is for educational purposes and for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. More details available in the description box. Hello everyone and welcome back to watching another trial with me. My name is Grizzly, this is Grizzly True Crime and we love to watch trials together. If you're brand new here, please let us know. How we do it is we start later than the court feeds, okay? Because we like to defluff. Maybe we're a little impatient. We don't want to wait through the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks, so we just skip right over those, okay? So sometimes I think the wait is worth it. So thank you so much for being here. Please like and share so others can also know that we are live right now. We are watching this highly anticipated 5 years in the making trial together. Oh my goodness, what a long road it's been to get here. Finally, I hope that there will be justice for Evelyn Boswell, who was only 13 months old when she was murdered. That's what the medical examiner said, that it was homicide, she was murdered. That's what investigators have found. And Megan Boswell, who's now only 23 years old right now, is on trial facing 20 charges in total. Okay, we'll quickly recap what that is, but you're going to hear it anyway, obviously, when they read the charges, when the jury comes in. So jury selection actually was it went a little quicker than I thought based on what they were reporting initially. They said that they had 1,600 people that they sent the questionnaires out to, okay? And then out of those, only 20% could actually come in to be interviewed as potential jurors. And then it seemed like, they said they're taking 10 to 20 minutes per person and one at a time. And it just seemed like, wow, this is going to take all week, maybe, right? I had a poll going on X as well. My handle there is @TrueCrimeGizzler, and I think 70% or so voted that jury selection would be complete within 1 to 3 days. So if you were there, if you voted, you were right. You were right. Here we are, okay? So, yeah, M says, wait, what? I didn't know this trial was happening. It's happening. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much. The moderators work so hard, you guys, especially for this, these trials, right? So if you want to buy them coffees, the link will be shared throughout the stream. You can also find it on grizzlytruecrime.com. Lady in Grey says, I would be nowhere else for a trial like this. Thank you, Gizzler, for the safe and respectful channel, and mods for keeping it Grizzly. Thank you so much. Happy Grizzlyversary. Welcome to all my patrons and members as well. Let's just do a very quick recap just so that we're all on the same page. But please do go and watch the trial prep because that's why we do it, so that you can feel like, okay, I know the gist of the case, or maybe a little bit more than a gist. Maybe it's a deep dive. Go check out part 1 and 2 of the trial prep, and then, all the basic questions will be answered. But don't feel shy to ask questions. We will answer them, okay, during this trial. So, see, Maria, you must be new here. Obvious. We know this. I just told you we start late on purpose, okay, to skip over the 90-minute lunch break plus coffee breaks and things like that. Okay, so Evelyn May Boswell is the victim in this case, and she was born on November 21st of 2018 in Sullivan County, Tennessee. Her mom is Megan Boswell and her dad is Ethan Perry. I wonder if Ethan is going to testify, huh? She had blonde hair, blue eyes, was 2 feet tall and weighed approximately 20 pounds when she was last seen on December 26th-ish. But let's hear if they actually nail down a date when she was actually last seen, because they said it's like between the 10th and the 26th, and let's just hear throughout this trial what they say. So anyway, around then of 2019, and she was only 13 months old. At the time she was reported missing. She was reported missing as 15 months old, but yeah, she was only 13 months old when she died. So she was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit, pink shoes, and a pink bow. She was reported missing by her grandfather on February 18th of 2020, and on March 6th of 2020, her body was discovered on family property. Now the rest, this is Megan Boswell, okay? She's gonna be now on trial. I'm not gonna go over everything again. I just quickly wanna take you to the slide with the trial information. So Megan faces 20 counts in total, and if convicted, a maximum sentence of life without parole, life without the possibility of parole. That's what she's facing. It is a death penalty state, but the state did not pursue the death penalty in this case, likely because Megan was only 18 years old at the time that this happened. So her age would be a factor, right? So She's got 1 count of first-degree murder, 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated child neglect, tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse as well that I still need to add there, and then count 6 to 19 is false reports to the police. Her bail is currently set at $1 million. She's been in jail this entire time. Since February of 2020, she's been in jail waiting for this trial as well. And so she's been in the Sullivan County Jail since her arrest. Now, let me just quickly tell you the judge's name and things like that. Thank you so much, Julie. I really appreciate that. The trial starts with jury selection February 3rd, and here we are on February 5th of 2025. We're going to watch opening statements today. The trial officially kicks off today. It's expected to last 2 to 4 weeks. The jury will be sequestered this entire time, and they will be court on Saturdays. So you better have your court blazers or your court PJs ready for a weekend trial. The judge is James Jim Goodwin, and just from the bit of research on him, he's a grizzly. He's totally a grizzly. You know, he does remind me of Judge Don Ash, the one that says, be a lighthouse. You know, we'll see. So the deputy district attorney is William Harper, and I think his co-counsel's name is Amber Massengill, I think. Maybe Stefan. Do you know it, Stefan? Stefan always knows all the names, but I think so. And so the defense is Michael Templeton and Gene Scott. There was a previous defense attorney, but he withdrew from the case in 2022. Okay, so we've also gone over Evelyn Boswell's law that it's now illegal in Tennessee to not report a child under 12 missing within 24 hours. Okay, so are we just about ready? Got your snarky pants? Got your court blazer on? Karen says, thank you, G, for doing this trial. Of course, I can't wait to watch this trial with you. So let me just quickly stand by, everybody. I just want to refresh my feed over here so I can make sure that we get the right place right at the start here. Okay, we'll do it like this. Sorry, if you see me looking to the side, I have 3 screens, so, you know, let's go like this. Okay, so that's where they are now. So we'll go back to the beginning. Okay, I'm going to move myself like this quickly. So you could see this is Megan Boswell sitting over here. Okay. So she's been in prison for, well, in jail. She's been in jail for 5 years already. 5 years. Okay, so we can already defluff a bit here. Let's defluff, everyone. Let's not buffer, we just want to defluff. Okay, so I'm really looking forward to hear the evidence in this case. I'm sure obviously it's going to be a lot more than we already know. Just remember that this case absolutely comes with a trigger warning because it's about the murder of a child, you know. And already the bit we know is absolutely heartbreaking. Like she was found in a trash can upside down, wrapped in a fleece blanket and foil. It's so sad. Thank you so much. And says justice for Evelyn. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay.
Deliberations, making that decision, including the charges.
There we go. Here comes the jury. So they were picked in 2 days. Pretty amazing. What do I gotta pause? Michelle Dunn says, this is one place I don't feel silly or stupid to ask any questions. Simple reason I always get an answer, and it's a safe space. Thank you. I'm so glad you feel that way. Please feel free to ask questions, but if you guys have questions like, what is this case about? Please expand the description box because you will find a case background right up there for you. You'll see Nightbot also reminding you guys of that. And I wanted to say, at least you know you're going to get accurate information. I see a bit of misinformation flying around on social media sometimes, like, well, that's not the answer. When people ask questions, that's not the answer. But I hope to give you the most accurate answers possible based on what we know so far from court documents and Megan Boswell's interviews and things like that, right? Thank you, Grandma Pumpkin. Okay, so here we go. The jury is now entering the room.
You guys can be seated. The jury remains standing. Be sworn, please.
Dear
I want to use that chair back there.
Okay.
It's yours. And you can just sit in the roller chair down here on the flat. No, you can stay up there. While they're moving the furniture. Julie, just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant and the true verdict rendered thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God? Be seated. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? Yes. All right. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision, but now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should so choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. After you hear my instructions and the parties' closing arguments, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decision will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law and my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof to an absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim, it is not speculation or suspicion, it is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case.
I had the closed caption on the screen here, but you guys have them, you can turn them on your side as well. Just, find the closed caption button. It's normally towards the bottom right somewhere there, and then it should be active for you as well. I don't want you to have double if you already have that on as well. And I think the sound is pretty good in this courtroom, right?
Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide to take notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. I do not know, well, I do know. There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You, as jurors, must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer the witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of the witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing and you will set the punishment. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses.
So, if she's found guilty of first-degree murder, the jury is going to decide the sentence. So we'll see deliberations twice. We recently saw we watched a trial in Tennessee together as well, the Jason Chen trial. If you missed that, go check it out. And that's the same that happened there. We were like, what's happening? Yeah, there was the sentencing phase as well, and it was up to the jury. They decided in that case for life without parole, which is also the maximum that it could be in this case. So we'll have to wait and see.
This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the presentment. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge. Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court, charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General.
This is Megan Boswell. She's got glasses on and a black top, and she is 23 years old right now.
Charge, aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge.
We'll be here for a while because they're going to read 20 charges, okay? She's facing 20 charges in total. This is the District Attorney, William Harper. And if you want to see the actual documents, we did that in part 1 of trial prep. It is on the playlist for you. If you want to go and check that out, it's also timestamped for you.
Tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General.
Imagine being a part of this jury. I mean, they were chosen over 2 days, and now there they are, which, by the way, why did I not tell you? I put it on X as well. Wait, we have to say. I'll quickly find what I said. I think they said it was 8 men and 6 women. I think. I'll go check quickly. But yeah, the jury was selected over 2 days. Now imagine sitting there like, okay, what is this case about? What are we hearing? And they're like, what? What happened? I mean, it must be so terrible, you know, hearing that. Oh my goodness, a child was murdered.
Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter, and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter.
She's always saying people are threatening her. Her mother was threatening her. Ethan, the alleged father of a child, threatening her. Can you imagine lying to the FBI? Oh my. And I know I said in trial prep, but this case reminds me a little bit of Leilani Simon's trial that we watched together, because she also had, I don't even remember how many, over 10 counts of false reporting to the police. Remember, it was just like false report, false report, false report. And when that verdict came back, it was just like guilty, guilty, all of it guilty, but wow. So, I mean, I just can't believe how much it seems that Megan Boswell can lie based on the media interviews that we saw. And she seemed to really like the camera. She really liked doing the interview. She was smiling. Imagine lying to the FBI though. Oh my word.
Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan.
We count 14 out of 20. It's just like, can you imagine being the jury? They're like, wow, how many counts are there, sir? 20. So many false reports to the police. Not looking good for Megan Boswell already.
Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur, concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, abuse of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. True bill was returned the 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does this...
Everybody take a sip of water. Damn, that was a lot, right? 20 charges in total, including first-degree murder, felony murder, aggravated child abuse, child neglect, abuse of a corpse, false reports to the police, not reporting a death. Wow. So, 80s, Mothership said, why did it take so long for this to go to trial? there were some delays with COVID, and then her attorney withdrew in October of 2022, and then she was reassigned new attorneys, and they needed lots of time to prepare. So here we are now. It's taken a while, right? Okay, so here we go.
Boswell pleads each count.
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
All right, thank you, sir.
Approach.
You heard it. Megan
Julie, you
Boswell.
have opening statements?
This judge doesn't mess around here. I like him so far. He's like, all right, opening statements. You could see he's done many trials, right? So now it's going to be time for opening statements, which I'm very excited to watch with you. Let's hear what obviously opening statements are not evidence, but it's always nice to hear, especially from the state, the burden of proof lies on them. Like, what's the timeline? What evidence are they going to present right off the bat? What are they going to say? How are they going to say it? It's always interesting, right? Okay, so I'll update the text in a moment. If you ever want to know what's happening, I do have little text boxes and clues up there, okay? If you want to know who's speaking, what's going on, I do my best to update you up there, okay? So yeah, 20 counts. She's pleading not guilty to all of them. And so here we go with opening statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock, it's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like gone too soon, what a tragedy. A child has such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case it's a tragedy too, but in this case it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it, and every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. But they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it wasn't. It was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020. Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved, the FBI gets involved, all hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father.
Oh my word, what? Ethan was not the father? Sorry, I don't normally interrupt opening statements, but what? Okay then, so she even lied about that. Okay, who was the father? I want to know.
So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks there's not going to be a toddler running around, but Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana. Pulling him out of his duty, I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. And we all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story, Evelyn has the flu, she can't come. And you will hear a testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else, saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can. Her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time, and that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head. Upside down in a trash can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself. Not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Blountville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping, to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else. Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days, she continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that?
Oh my. The video is unavailable. What happened, everyone? Did they pull the stream? This is probably... Let me try it. Refresh it. Just hold on. We are 2 hours behind. If there were graphic pictures shown, YouTube might just pull that down. Oh, wow. The video is made private. Okay, let's see if we can find a trial feed. This is the beauty of defluffing. Let's have a look. Okay, so they started a new one, but now we're missing out on a whole bunch. Okay, wait. This is going to be interesting. Stand by. Okay, we can find this one quickly. And then you guys always think, why do I not? I'm not going to show anything. YouTube's very strict. 1, and to respect the victim 2, because whoa. Okay, let's just see if we can get this going. What is Court TV saying? They say live court is on a short break. Okay, so let's do this. Luckily, there's lots of channels covering this. There's a whole pool, you know, of cameras. Okay, so now let's try to do this.
And
That reported her child missing. Because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army
Okay,
in Louisiana.
wait a little bit more.
Her body just placed in there. What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing.
Just going
And
forward a
you're-
bit.
So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports,
Okay, let me just explain what might have happened. So you guys are making all suggestions, local media, all of that. The problem is, if anything is shown that YouTube deems a community violation, if there's any graphic pictures of this victim shown or anything like that, they could literally just pull the video down. It's just immediately, if it's a violation, YouTube takes it down. So I don't know, some are still there, some are not. We will just find our way. Luckily, we're still watching opening statements. So everyone just stay with me. We will always make a plan, okay? And right now, we've switched to the Court TV feed, and let's hope that this holds up. And we're kind of in the place where we were, okay?
it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping, to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this, because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill, and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child, and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right. not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Scott.
That was good opening statements, right? Very strong. I mean, I'm not that shocked because, Megan lied about everything, but damn, that was a little bit taken aback of what? Ethan wasn't even the father? She really lied about everything. Okay, so now we're going to be watching the defense opening statements. Here we go.
Morning. She's right about some things. And this is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a trash can. There's no getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the officer.
Stand, please. So what happened?
Oh my. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Okay, the defense. Ooh, the judge is ready to snark.
Maybe see the thank you.
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Oh my word.
Sorry.
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll
Honor.
be no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury, that's disruptive to the lawyers, that's disruptive to this process, and I'm not even kidding. If I see another light, whoever it comes from will immediately be held in criminal contempt of this court and taken to jail for 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have it on not flash on my settings.
Well,
I
it
mean-
went off because it was right in my face.
Okay. I thought the defense said something wrong. I was like, what happened? He's like, just said one sentence. And already, it's like, okay, whoa. The judge is like, that's it, jury out. Oh, crap. The photographer had the flash going off. Oh, my goodness. Wow, Angie says the state's opening statements was weak. Is that so? What do you guys think of the opening statements? I thought it was pretty good, right? I mean, there's a lot of counts there. I think they summarized it pretty well. I'm sure the evidence will be substantial, but we'll have to wait and see. Okay. So the jury is not present right now, and the judge is snarking at the photographer. Stefan says, I would be terrified if I were that photographer. I mean, the judge just said, if you do that again, you will get 10 days in jail. Oh my word. Okay. Shame.
Now, I got a feeling that one or two of them is going to go back, which is going to mean it's going to take us probably 15 minutes to get started. So we'll take about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Okay then. Thank you all for, the warnings of, that's part of my reason for, let me just quickly say, I just want to make an image here so we can put it over if they are graphic images. But it is part of my reasoning for me personally, risk, you guys know I like to risk assess, always do. So thank you for warning me that there are graphic images that are shown, and I will be on high alert and will not be showing those images, okay? So let's move forward. Okay, they're showing who's sitting here. Shame. Okay. There's Megan Boswell. So what I will do is put this on if there's a graphic image. Okay. If anything graphic is shown, that's what I'll put on.
All right.
Janet says I missed the trigger bunny. It's right here. Here's the trigger bunny.
Whoever's muting the Zoom, stop it. I'll be in charge of muting the Zoom.
I will have to be careful. So if any of you are watching elsewhere as well, I'm gonna have to be careful of when these images are shown. But at least we'll hear the testimony of what's happening, right? Because the other streams have been pulled down. So this seems to be one of the few still going. And then you want to start it elsewhere. Okay, so we'll just, we'll be very careful.
One stand, please. You may be seated, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the parade. I just want you to know that wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? Now, Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
Sir.
Don't really know where I was at.
Just start over.
I was. That was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when Miss Massey goes, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom that wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. And it's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died, and they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed, and the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in voir dire, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significance. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it was placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of, what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed? I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. And I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Ms. Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. Well, mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was, and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. But I probably wouldn't. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old who wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count. And we're persistent in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you all about certain things. And I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, death had already occurred when she gave her statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. Now get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. Now I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get it by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend that they talked about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan that did this. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property. That he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mikey. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that will come out in the proof. I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you the baby wasn't placed in that trash bin dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on Ms. Massengill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was and didn't hit on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it. Cadaver dog didn't hit. Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you want to say, search all the buildings. Look at the Playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, you're tasked with determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died of sudden death syndrome. It's on the upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there. And that child, I think that child's date of birth is the middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere wrong over, as they believe. It's negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it was disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's a murderer. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about, there's a last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse, or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is good health or sudden if death syndrome. Had that have been included, should have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that, I did that. But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl with pain. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you. A lot of it was fairly hard the other day. I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know in the jury selection process, I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be against you. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Gentlemen,
Okay. I mean, I guess we all want to know. I don't think that really changes the evidence that we haven't seen yet that we're about to, but we all want to know why suddenly Megan's dad thought, hey, you should check the Playhouse or the shed, right? They checked the shed, they've been at the property multiple times. The defense says with cadaver dogs, they never picked anything up. But actually, it could also make sense because Evelyn's body was placed inside a trash can and she had been wrapped in a fleece blanket, foil, in a trash bag, placed upside down with trash bags on top of her, diapers, toys, another trash bag, so I don't know if that, but anyway, it was in the Playhouse, not in the shed. So even though they checked the property multiple times and probably the shed multiple times, they hadn't maybe checked the Playhouse. And so anyway, the dad, Tommy Boswell, Megan Boswell's dad said, well, I think you should check the shed. We don't use it a lot. It's a large property. So when they went back to check there on March 6th of 2020, they actually found Evelyn's body in that trash can. That must have been horrible. Someone actually left a comment to say it was their friend who was the detective who found the body. Okay, so Valerie says, can the foil prevent? I don't think so. It wasn't also all over, but I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, Nikki said it's a huge property with several outbuildings too. I'm just trying to say that I don't know if that was like the strongest defense. Pretty good. Just that one thing. If I was on the jury, I'd be like, interesting. I like pin that in my mind, right? Okay, so now let's see what happens next.
Stay with Call Agent Brian Fraley.
I hope they ask them to spell out their names. Agent. By the way, thank you so much all for being here. There's like 5,200 of you Grizzlies here. Remember, if you are subscribed, which is totally free, you are a Grizzly. You don't have to be a member or anything to be an official Grizzly. So thank you so much. And now let's see the state's first witness, which sounds like it's going to be an agent. I will be very careful with any photos that they show, okay?
Raise your right hand, please, forward, please.
State your name.
Brian Fraley.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would, introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
All right. Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
All right. What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Sorry, I'm just scared of the defense's laptop now as well, because they've got Zoom going, and I don't know if they ever showed the jury or not on there. That would also be a massive problem. Somebody had just warned me about that as well, so we'll just keep an eye on that as well. If you see this little black box come up, it's because I'm trying to block the laptop screen, all right? Yeah, Fraley? I don't know. Pernille, that seems like about right.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th of the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child, is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard, but once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
All right. And so over the first couple days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
All right. And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation.
This is the word lies sustained.
Now continue.
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th. We've been working around the clock, and like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in, and March 6th, 2020 was a Friday, and we had worked, like I said, 18 days, and we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again as a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset, physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'm not offering further.
You can tell this TBI agent, Brian Fraley, and thank you to Grizzly Cat for sending me the correct spelling there, and for everyone who tried to help me as well. Brian Fraley, you can tell he's got a lot of experience on the stand. He's like, oh, okay. So we followed a lot of leads. It was like, yeah, it all turned out to be lies. I mean, we followed leads. The defense was like, objection. Krista says, ek raak bederf met die defluffing, which means you're getting spoiled with the defluffing. Good to know. Thank you so much for being here. Also, are you guys following? If at any point you feel like, oh no, I'm feeling a little lost, or can I explain the dates or timeline, please just let me know, and then here and there I will do that for you. What we found out in opening statements was really that, wow, Ethan was not even the dad. Oh my word. So if we just look at this quickly, okay, this is the case that we're looking at. Evelyn May Boswell is the victim in this case, and because she was born on November 21st of 2018 in Sullivan County, Tennessee, the state is saying, you know, that she was 12 months old because she was not quite 13 months old yet. She was last seen, the date that they pinned down was December 6th of 2019. Previously, from the indictments and all the reports, what we'd heard was between the 10th and the 26th of December. Megan Boswell actually told the police December 26th, like the day after Christmas. And we saw in our trial prep some of the media interviews that she did, and in them she was saying, you know, making up stories of what she got her for Christmas and being all very vague with that. Now, if you are a YouTube member, we do have a little shark emoji, which I'll put in chat now. Megan Boswell lies about everything, so I would hope she's not lying about that, but she said that Evelyn really loved Baby Shark. She loved the song, she loved it so much, and she said she had like baby shark toys and things, so that's why we've got a little shark, okay? So she was reported missing by her grandpa on February 18th of 2020. We also found out something new in opening statements where the defense said that Megan was pregnant and had a child while she was in foster care, that she wasn't then staying with her dad, which I didn't know that before, don't know why. I know that her mom at the time was, in and out of jail. So that part I know. I don't know if her mother will be testifying or not. I hope so. I hope to see the mom on the stand, the dad on the stand, everybody, right? And the state said we will hear from Ethan. So that's also going to be interesting, especially knowing that Megan was like saying she had full custody, and she made up all these custody battles and all these things with Ethan, and her initial lie was that Evelyn was with Ethan, who's now turned out to not even be the biological father. Wow. So she just she makes up a lot of stuff. Yeah. Speculative, pathological liar. So please remember, if you're brand new to this case, to expand the description box, you can read a little bit about it there. But this case really comes with a trigger warning because it's about the murder of a child. Okay, a 12-month, a 1-year-old child, barely, almost 13 months, but not quite. And the way that they described how she died, so trigger warning. Okay, I'll quickly describe it for you. They said that she was wrapped in a fleece blanket and then wrapped in foil, and then placed in a garbage bag and put upside down in a trash can. And the medical examiner in a previous hearing said she believed she was put in the trash can alive, and that she was pushed into the trash can with such force that her head was pushed back against her back, and her feet were basically touching, her back as well. And it was, some of her facial features had been flattened from being pushed into the trash can and just left there. So it is so sad. This is a really heavy case, so please know if it ever gets too much for you, we will save your seat. For Real Country Girl, thank you so much. So we've studied a bit about Megan Boswell as well. She was born on March 21st of 2001 in Blunteville, Tennessee, to Angela Boswell and Tommy Boswell Sr. They're mentioning Tommy the whole time. So I just want to show you guys a quick chart so that you know who's who. I've just updated it for us, okay? Because now we don't know who the dad is. Who's the dad? We don't know, okay? I wonder if we'll find out. So Tommy Boswell Sr. is who they keep referring to because he's the guy who actually reported Evelyn missing, because he'd been phoning family members and he'd been trying to track his granddaughter down, right? His daughter's daughter, Megan's daughter. He'd been trying to track her down. But Megan was making up all sorts of stories and he just couldn't quite get the story straight. Then she said, well, Evelyn's with Ethan. Then Evelyn's in foster care. All sorts of things. So he's the guy that on February 18th, if Evelyn was last seen December 6th of 2019, yeah, February 18th is a long time, but at least somebody reported her missing, right? So he called the police, he reported Evelyn missing, and that's when the search began. So his daughter is Megan Boswell, her mother is Angela Boswell, and then Angela had a boyfriend called William McLeod. Now Megan, at the time, as you heard the state say, that Megan got a new boyfriend, and they were sort of implying, that she's like, okay, get rid of the baby so I could be with this new guy. And she moved in with him is what the state alleged in the opening statements, right? So his name was Hunter Wood. We saw an interview of him in the trial prep as well. If you want to go check that out, it's all on the playlist. But so we don't know who the dad of Evelyn was, but Hunter had a BMW. He was going to give it to Megan. Megan apparently gave it to Angela, her mother, and said, well, yeah, Hunter is giving it to you. There's a whole story about that. It all sounds like who's all lying, I don't even know. But Angela and William were initially Megan's target, saying they stole the baby, basically. They've gone off, and so the police hunted them down, found the vehicle, arrested the two of them for stealing a vehicle. But then quickly realized, okay, but Evelyn's not with them. This is just yet another story, which is why it starts making sense if you even just hear a little bit of what I'm saying. Why the police charged Megan with so many counts of false reports to the police, because she led them astray. She said that Evelyn was at a campsite in a silver camper that her mother dropped her off at in Virginia. And then she said, no, Evelyn's in foster care. Evelyn's with Ethan, all sorts of things, right? And meanwhile, Evelyn was in a trash can in Megan Boswell's childhood playhouse on her father's property, which is in that Muddy Creek Road area in Blunteville, Tennessee, right? So I hope that this helps, okay? This is part of our trial prep that we did, but just so that you know, you can maybe just visualize, take a mental picture of who are they referring to, okay? All right, so now what we're going to do is, let's take the presentation off and go back to the testimony here. Oh, we got some sidebar.
Father, is that correct?
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit, Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father, is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. Is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539.
All right.
Sorry, I
Muddy
was just
Creek
practicing.
Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Oh, we're going to see a sketch of the property. Okay.
Excuse me, this is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
Quick disclaimer for YouTube. This address, the property they're showing, the sketch they're showing is part of public record. It's part of a public trial. No one is being doxxed. Nothing's being shared that shouldn't be shared. It's an exhibit. It's evidence shown at a public trial.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Before exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
So it's the sketch.
Are you going to use the yellow thing?
Well,
Thank you so much, Lori. Is it Bill Gates? Thank you for being a member for 17 months, Selma. Yes, I'm kind of surprised that you guys don't know it. There's so many cases like Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers. There's so many cases from Tennessee, and they always say TBI, so I just assumed you would know. But Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. That's where this agent is from, okay?
and Judge, Agent Fraley may need to step down. I don't know if he can. I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if he can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
Okay. He needs to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you see it okay
Yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from?
Yes, sir, I can see that.
Sorry, if you see me looking to the side, I'm just quickly checking 2 feeds at the same time. I just want to make sure of when I can be ready if there's any, image shown that shouldn't be shown, okay? But don't worry, I am ready with my, let me just show you. If something comes up that I shouldn't show, I'm going to put this on, okay? All right, so we're ready, we're prepared. Buckle up, everyone.
And I have it in front of me as well,
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your feed.
I believe the jury's sitting somewhere here, right? So I always get nervous when they show the Zoom screen. I'm like, please don't show the jury. As you could tell, guys, if you see my eyes darting everywhere, I'm on high alert right now. Okay, we've got to keep the stream safe, the jury safe, graphic pictures out of it, all of that.
Judge, it's not connecting.
You want to just stick it
I
in?
was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
Okay, we can deep left a bit, I guess.
Yeah, it's up there.
There you go.
Continue.
Continue.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted Playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for Recovery of Evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay. Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. That's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And do those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Right. Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Objection?
No, sir.
For the court exhibit? How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot?
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them the way they describe them. First one, yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close up to the yard barn.
So just that everybody's clear, which property did they check? It was Megan Boswell's father's property, which would be Evelyn, the baby's grandfather's property. That's where they found Evelyn's body inside Megan's childhood playhouse, inside a trash can, inside garbage bags. That is so sad. Okay. Yeah, okay, so
May I see those, make sure.
what they're going to do is obviously show the playhouse. Okay, I think this is the shed behind me here, and the playhouse, I would assume. So they're going to be showing some of that. Someone was just asking, how do we know? Well, because we always start late so that we can skip over lunch breaks, coffee breaks, and deal with maybe risk issues like this. If they're going to show anything, we can be prepared for it. So I had a look on another feed just a little bit ahead, and I could, as you could see, yeah, if I sneak peek it here, see at the bottom there, they're going to show us this playhouse now, okay? And then eventually they actually show the trash can, and at that point I'm going to be blocking out the picture like this, because they actually show one picture which would be inappropriate to show, even for YouTube's community guidelines, but also just out of respect for this child victim, right? And for the court's orders as well. Okay, so let's keep going from here.
Sure, we've got the... All right, Agent Fraley, I'm got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would, tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was a home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother, and then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Okay. Oh, all right. So this is the playhouse. Knowing that this baby was placed in there, baby Evelyn, 1-year-old. It just looks so eerie now, doesn't it? You know, I don't think it ordinarily would, but just knowing what happened and who was in that shed. Oh, shame. I wonder when Megan went there, because Megan's dad said that he didn't see Evelyn from around Thanksgiving. Yeah, playhouse. Am I saying the wrong word? Yeah, that looks more like a playhouse. Okay, I'm just like, what? So Megan's dad said that he had not seen Evelyn since around Thanksgiving. So I just wonder, when, because it seemed like at some point Megan went to go stay with a friend. So I wonder at which point, if Evelyn was last seen around December 6th, where was that? You know, because December 6th is not Thanksgiving. And when did she do this? When did she allegedly, because she's obviously still innocent until proven guilty, okay, we have to hear the evidence, but when did she put Evelyn in there, based on the state's allegations? Yeah, so Jenny in the summary says, oh, that's the playhouse. Yeah, so even on Google Earth and all that, you can't really see this clearly. This is the first time we can actually see this clearly, right? Okay.
And next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
Did you participate in, or I guess what did you all do with the items that were, that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were, processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Okay. Was that the end of your investigation, or what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the Playhouse.
All right.
And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the Playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, a common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the Playhouse that was okay. The second one is a closer of the Playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the Playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They'd been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the Playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was, and it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the Playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years, undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
Okay. When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We found Megan, or I'm sorry, we found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
So just hearing that baby Evelyn, who was only 1 year old, you know, just describing the trash can, the trash bags, her purple onesie, it's just so sad, right? I mean, and the medical examiner believes that she was placed in there alive and ruled her death a homicide with 4 types of asphyxiation, which I'm sure they're going to be describing, you know, obviously when they take the stand, right? So, I mean, I can't imagine finding that. And imagine after all the lies that Megan told. Megan Boswell was saying, no, Evelyn is with Ethan, the dad, who's not even the dad. Even that was a lie. No, my mother has got her. She ran off with her. Actually, she said before that, a babysitter ran off with her. Then she was in foster care. That's what she said. The baby, not with me, in foster care. Like, she made up so many stories. So it must have been quite a moment, you know, for the investigators to find Evelyn where they found her. And so devastating. You can never unsee that, you know. So I hope that all the investigators are okay that were part of this. They said that when they found Evelyn, they had to wait for about an hour to everyone else to, you know, come and join them. The rest of the team, the medical examiner, and everything.
No objection.
There'll be full exhibits on here. US the last time, I couldn't write it all down. Starts at 10. I don't know where it is.
Ten through 19, Judge.
Okay. Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. All right. Agent Fraley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a Playhouse. It was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn, or from the Playhouse.
All right.
It's also, obviously, in hindsight, not very smart. You know, I think that Megan may have, I'm speculating, but she may have thought that's smart to hide the evidence in there. No. In hindsight, it's actually pretty obvious, right? Even though it took some time, because she sent them all over the place, to a campsite in Virginia, to track her mother down, to track Ethan down in the military. I mean, all of that, right? Somebody asked a question. There we go. Frank said, what was Megan's actions after baby Evelyn was found? Well, she was already arrested. She was sitting in jail because of all the false reporting, and the police realized very quickly, everything she's telling us is a lie. So they arrested her for false reporting to the police, so she was sitting in jail, and then they found Evelyn's body on March 6th. She was already arrested in Feb. It was around February, I think it was February 26th or so. So for about a week or just less. And then they found Evelyn's body. Yeah.
And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same Playhouse with the door open.
Okay.
And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, the trash can's kind of tilted the way it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two, you can see the main portion of the one bag and partial portion, excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, they're at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph,
Okay.
right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you can see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time, because again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fraley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right.
So for those of you just joining now, they're showing this playhouse and the items in it because this is where Evelyn's body was discovered. In a trash can, in a trash bag. Her body had been wrapped in fleece and foil, and she was placed upside down in the trash can. So the reason they went out to this property again, which was Megan Boswell's father's property, is because he said, I think you should check the shed. And so they went out there, they checked the shed. He said, we don't really use it. They checked the shed, they didn't find anything, and then they checked this playhouse as well. And they found Evelyn's body. That was on March 6th of 2020. So yeah, we're almost 5 years later now at this trial.
Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes, the trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, this is It was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that, and then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is Exhibit 17.
yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the 2 bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is Exhibit 18. for
yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to take this very carefully now. So, okay, I'm putting that caution over. If you don't like it, you can watch on another feed that YouTube might pull down later anyway, you know, because YouTube's policy is not to show anything like that, just so that you know. And so here, they're showing the trash can, and there's the trash bag that had Evelyn's body inside. That is so sad. So you could see that here. In the next picture, I just want to hold on 1 second, because the next picture, it gets pretty graphic. Wait, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to...
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fraley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there.
Okay, so everyone, there is a trigger warning on the screen already. Trigger warning, this is educational content. It's for adults only. This is a true crime case. It's a murder case of a child, Evelyn Boswell, who was only 1 year old when she was murdered. The defendant is her mother, Megan Boswell. She's facing 20 charges. She could face life without the possibility of parole if convicted on those 20 charges, okay? So on the screen, you can see the TBI agent, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations agent, Brian Fraley, is on the stand, okay? Direct, the state is asking questions. There's a trigger warning on the screen. I've also got this caution because the picture coming up next is graphic.
Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece of trash bag. Or...
Okay. And Exhibit 19.
Yeah.
Again, after.
Okay, so this is the graphic picture that they have up now. So you just saw the trash can right before this, okay? There was the trash can, and you saw the black trash bags in it. What they did now was they opened the trash bag. They lifted that top trash bag off, and now they pulled back a fleece blanket, and you could see a child's leg and foot. That's what you could see. Okay, just so that you know. What is it that they showed? And that is what they're going to be describing as well.
After this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
Watch it, the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Sorry, they panned.
Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand. Pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will.
All right.
To take the photograph, and then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrived, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so while decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Latrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
Okay. And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire...
She's crying quite a lot in this courtroom, right? I saw earlier people saying she's pretending or only crying for herself. We don't know. We can only speculate based on what we're seeing. There's a lot of new people here. There's almost 6,000 people here. So I just want to make it clear that by no means am I being immature, or is it like, oh no, it's just too much for us. You know what I mean? Like, it can be too much for some. I've seen lots of pictures in my life with true crime related cases. I make lots of FOIA requests, so I see a lot of evidence, right? And so the thing is, I want to respect the victim and their family, right? That's what I always say in every trial. I'm not going to show graphic pictures. But we all know that YouTube is a PG-13 platform. Why do you think people say unalive? And all these other words we have to come up with because, you know, yeah, your video can literally just be pulled down. You could violate guidelines. They could shut down your channel. So I don't want that to happen. I want to continue to watch trials with you. So I have to play by the rules. I have to be very, very careful. And at the same time, I also want to respect the victim and their family. So it's win-win if we do it like that. But if you do want to see the pictures, I don't know how long it will stay up on YouTube because it is a violation of their guidelines. I am the type of person that reads manuals and studies guidelines. So I don't know how long other feeds will stay up with that picture shown. We block it, and I do my best to just explain to you what they're showing, okay? So let's keep going.
Our process photographed.
Yes, sir, it was.
She looks almost like embarrassed, right? This is Megan Boswell, by the way, the defendant, if anyone didn't know. Bit of fluff.
The body bag that's is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that, the trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I
No,
will.
go ahead.
The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items that includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag. Eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different angle, same description of the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist's office.
It's so crazy that who's accused is Megan Boswell. So I'm going to say the sentence like that. Allegedly, Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn, her daughter, in a fleece blanket. She was still wearing a diaper and her fleece onesie, which is like this purple onesie with penguins on it. We looked at it in our trial prep as well. There's a picture of her wearing it. But the foil, what's with all the foil? That's so weird, right? Somebody said, Lucy, Kate, what would happen if she says she doesn't want to be in court, i.e. too upsetting? Would case go on without her? It can. I don't know in Tennessee how that would work. I would assume this judge is a very, very feisty, snarky judge. I think he'd be like, you're going to be in the courtroom. But remember that Adam Montgomery, he didn't have to attend his own trial. He had to attend sentencing, but wow, do you remember that? So there have been cases that are about horrific murders of children, and yet the defendant wasn't in the courtroom. Adam Montgomery is a good example of that. Okay.
Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso, and her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from.
So Court TV also, they put up this banner now as well. I think also because the pictures, I'm putting that little box over there because every time he flips the picture, you can also see that. And it obviously they're unwrapping all the layers of what they found in this trash can, which eventually would be revealing this baby's body that had been decomposing since maybe December 6th, 7th, somewhere around there, early December, and only found on March 6th of 2020.
From Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn. Advanced decomposition, again the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through
Yes, sir.
that night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, and the different.
Just a quick pause here, okay? I want to show you something here. Just hold on one second. I want to show you what my friends say. Court TV. Court TV will not show graphic images. Love it. Thank you, Court TV. Okay, so I'm going to be putting, obviously, the link. I always put the source of my court footage. If you don't want, me interrupting like this, you just want to watch it all the way through, that would be then on Court TV. I'm going to link that in the description box for every day. Of course, many of us like to watch together and you like the commentary and everything. So thank you so much for being here.
Stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
No objection.
This is first one 20.
First one's 20, I don't know what it is. Are there going to be more serious
Yes.
count them?
Yes. Yes.
And it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is,
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again, the.
Okay, so obviously, trigger warning again. They're now, as you can see, I don't know why they're showing it here, but they're showing the trash can and what they're taking out of the trash can, okay? I just really want to check something. Yeah, okay, so then they block it after that.
Continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there. And the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
And now Exhibit 22.
Again, my hand and arm here with the contents of what was inside the trash can, same contents, the bag containing Evelyn's body.
Exhibit 23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag I explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so that the jury's
I've just sped it up a bit now because obviously we can't see anything, and we're hearing the testimony though of what's being described as they're unpacking what they found in the trash bag, right, in the trash can, right? Kristen said, you had asked me why did they not charge her with premeditated murder. They did eventually. Initially there were 19 charges. It was 2 counts of felony murder, there was aggravated child abuse, child neglect, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and then all the counts of the false reports to police. And then in June of 2024, then they charged her with first-degree premeditated murder. So, yeah, she's facing 20 charges. Okay.
orientated as far as the photograph is concerned. Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at Exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
All right. And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's, as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
Is it reconnected yet?
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop may have low battery. I don't know if it's plugged in or not.
So,
Let's see if I can go forward a little bit.
You should see what I'm seeing on the thing. That monitoring thing.
As we're seeing it,
It's 26.
this is 25, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
Put your back to that. On the very top of the top.
And Exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right-hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there, down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult section of the insect, typical as flies.
Now looking at Exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
At this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body, is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and the forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at Exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down. Same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now Exhibit 31.
That's the first. Again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached, it was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of her face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
Okay. So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, we Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs, and that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn in her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just the next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah, yes,
around
sir.
her head.
Yeah, it's off of the head, and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay, now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be, this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because of the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here, but her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph, with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, that's going to be her right arm there.
I wonder if that's the sound of Megan crying in the background. Someone earlier in chat said, I've been to prison. Well, you said, I've been to prison with Gypsy, so I don't know if you're referring to Megan Boswell, but you said, believe me, she's crying for herself. I don't know. I can hear crying in the background.
And her right hand right there.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures just on the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
And, sorry, one more thing. Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
Okay. If we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you Exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white
yeah, it's a black
photograph.
and white photograph. Which, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face? As we're
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here
It's her.
on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
and the fact that there was advanced decomposition.
So they just panned the camera to the defendant, which is 23-year-old Megan Boswell. So it would have been her crying like that.
Did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction of the medical examiner and the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene, therefore collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
Annabelle says she was looking to see who was watching her cry. Oh dear. The judge is serving snarky looks, probably like, you better turn that down. Right? Look at him. Here's the judge.
We're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos.
Yes.
Just leave it like that.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, it electronically disconnects from the system. Your wife will be delayed.
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash.
Sorry to pause right there in the middle of that sentence. I think some Grizzlies are in the courtroom. You know, so if you are in the courtroom and you happen to catch this moment where I'm saying this and you want to email me anything that you're observing, you know, what do you notice? That information is always helpful. So like Hunter's Moon, I don't know if you're there or not, but you said jurors are reacting emotionally. The younger juror is glaring at Megan. Interesting. It is quite hectic that the state started with this. You know, normally we'll see like, okay, there's a family member, like Megan's dad takes the stand first or something, but it's like straight to the evidence, which is a good strategy.
Bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series, I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. In the bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was.
Oh,
The
word.
next one is
Like eggshells and chocolate wrappers. What? Diapers, toys, other trash bags. She literally was thrown away like trash. I mean, who knows? That's very sad.
a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn in the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags. from inside the Playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the Playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the Playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the Playhouse there on the front porch of the Playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the Playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you've just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes,
March
sir.
the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe it's exhibits 39 through 44.
No objection. Before exhibits 39.
So Candy A said, a friend of mine just texted me and said she's crying even though the camera's on her, and after the jury took a break. So that is interesting. I'm close to go, but I can't in the near future. Well, the thought counts, right? Thank you so much, Candy A. And a friend of yours, I assume, is in the courtroom? Interesting. And they're saying that she's crying and the jurors needed to take a break after this. Yeah. Holly, they did say...
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge.
They did say, the medical examiner said, that she believes that, based on her findings, that Evelyn was alive when she was put into that trash can.
Agent Fraley, we're going to start with Exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Again, top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
All right. Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that?
I mean, there's...
Is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
Yeah, so once we removed the body, the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you Exhibit 40.
Yes, again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would, just kind of point out or
I'm
use
sorry,
the laser
yeah.
pointer to show what.
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you Exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the Playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the Forensic Center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the other items, to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Not a graphic photo, but at least now you can see the blanket, because they said that Evelyn's body, and she was only 12 months old. Initially, when she was reported missing, they said 15 months old. Then we figured, okay, she was obviously 13 months old, because they said she was last seen around December 26th. But today, the state said she was seen last on December 6th of 2019. And so she would have been 12 months old, 1 year. Not quite 13 months old. Wow. So here's the gray fleece blanket, the trash bag. She's wearing a purple penguin onesie and a diaper. But then all these, like, there was chewing gum in this trash. You could see the chewing gum actually there. Oh my word, there's like chewing gum on the side, there's eggshells, diapers, a white chocolate cookie bag. Can you imagine? What the heck? Peggy said putting her in that trash can alive was the biggest sin of all. That poor child. I mean, that is absolutely terrible. So they said that Evelyn died from 4 types of asphyxiation, is what the medical examiner said. So we'll hear a lot more, obviously, when they present the evidence from the autopsy.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
And again, that was taken before you all had.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, Exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, were on the front porch of the Playhouse.
Okay. And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there.
Yes, sir.
Later on, is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was, in fact, dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Linklater and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview,
I'm sure they're going to talk about it now, but I mean, at some point when Megan said, Evelyn is with Ethan, that didn't pan out. Okay, Evelyn she was taken by this random babysitter she didn't want to name. That didn't pan out. Okay, so Evelyn is with my mother. She took her and she gave her to someone in a silver camper in Virginia. So then they checked that all out. That didn't pan out. Then they arrested her because they're like, oh my goodness, she's lying so much. But eventually, when they found Evelyn's body, there was a story that Megan had then of, oh yeah, well, what happened was, and there was another story where she said it was her and Hunter, the new boyfriend, right? And they were sleeping, and one of them had rolled over Evelyn and smothered her. That was the next story. So at some point, she admitted that she knew that she was dead, but made up that story. Then again, let's hear the evidence that comes out. The medical examiner does not agree with that angle, but we will, just based on a hearing we've watched some of before, right? There were hearings obviously leading up to this trial. This has been 5 years in the making. So, okay, let's have a listen here.
did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did you describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
All right. And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was she
Those
wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Bond.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're going to break. We'll be back in about 115. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the court officer.
I'll stand, please.
Be seated. Now, I've also got information that the witness that in question is out in the lobby. Do you want me to bring him in and give him a bond? Otherwise, he'll be in custody of the sheriff. Because the order didn't have a bond set.
I would prefer that. I'd also ask, we instruct him to talk to us before, I guess. Well, okay. I mean, otherwise, I'll just ask that he be held without bond.
I don't care what you do with him, but I don't think it's the court's purpose
Okay, well, that's
to tell a
fine.
witness to talk to someone or not.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so the jury has left the room. They're on lunch, so I'll just put a little box up for that. Just hear me type. Jury's on lunch. Sorry about that. I hope it's not too loud. So let's see what happens here. Apparently, since they came back from lunch, I have an inside source. there's no sound, so it's like muted. They're discussing something and not streaming sound. So we'll have to just wait to see what happens next.
Fine. I'll tell him.
You want it brought in?
I can tell him if he doesn't come back, and I don't come back, that he will be held.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'll.
Yeah, bring him in.
You want me to step down, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to provide this for him?
They'll discuss the rules
Yes, sir.
of the office. You can't discuss the testimony with any other witness or allow them to discuss theirs with you.
Donald is like, that judge is a grizzly? I think so.
Austin Feller.
Last name?
Feller, F-E.
Feller, F-E-L-L-E-R.
It sounds like the jury's on lunch, okay? It sounds like they're bringing in someone called Austin Feller, who the judge mentioned might be incarcerated. Let's see.
If
Oh, okay. It's coming in.
This one? Up there. Yeah.
Mr. Feller,
Yes, sir.
you were served with a subpoena to come to court Monday, and you didn't come, which is why we're here today with you in custody. I'm going to set a $500 secure bond. You can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond, and you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day except Sunday, and that includes Saturday, until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to do that,
Ooh, the judge is snarking again. What? So he was subpoenaed. He has to be there. It's a character witness, is what he said, right? Oh my word, Lacey says, is this the real baby daddy? I don't know. I don't know yet, okay, but wow.
And we have to come find you again. You'll be held in custody of the sheriff with no bond until the case is over. And that could take us about 3 weeks. That way we know where you are.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
Oh my word. So the jury's on lunch. I'm just like, it's not a funny situation, but what? Get Austin fella in here. And he's like, sir, you were supposed to be here, you weren't here, and that's why it sounds like he was arrested, right? And he has, it sounded like a $500 bond or something. He's like, and if you don't show up tomorrow at 9 a.m. and every day of the trial, you're going to be in there with no bond. Wow, yeah, Becky B said this judge's snark tank is filling up. Stefan's got the popcorn out already. I'm like, oh, wow. Beach Bum says a character witness who didn't show for court. Yeah, a very, very interesting first day already.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, now close the door. If you don't mind, just sort of set the ball of testimony for lunch. All right, we'll be back at 1:15.
Court stands in recess.
Okay.
Judge, I wanted something with a bond on it.
Did you guys remove your mic from your check? It's still on?
I got sent that off because I thought we were cutting our mic off.
Okay, so the court is on a lunch break and now we teleport, which is normally my favorite part.
Ask.
Okay. I'll say it's normally my favorite part, but MB Inc. was telling me, because he's also watching this, that after they came back from lunch, the sound went off. So let's see what happens. Let's have a look.
I think the jury's got to. I still just check.
Or you can try this. Oh, this is terrible.
What do you think I
So yes, in case you didn't know, we just skipped right over lunch, so you can close your lunch boxes. We're now skipping to the part that's right after lunch here. Let's just see how far behind are we now. We'll see now. Nikki said Austin Feller is a material witness, not character. Okay, thank you so much. At least you heard her. My ears aren't the best. A material witness, not character. Thank you, Nikki. I really appreciate that.
No, it's not. Probably going to lose on that. That's unfortunate. There's been COVID in the court system closed for 2 years. That should be told. Tommy's convictions are too. Oh, well. Couldn't have trial. Can't have trial.
Yes, and there goes the sound.
One of the issues that came up when the state dismissed one count of the indictment and asked that prior to me cross-examining or asking Ms. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made as a doctrine of completeness. If you put in part of a statement, the whole statement.
Judge, I didn't listen to any testimony about what she said.
You asked if in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child was dead.
Okay. But I mean, for him to listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's,
Well, I have to see the statement.
well, there's no written statement.
Once
There's
they
no written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long, it's thereabouts. But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's the law. It's called, the court's well aware, it's the doctrine of completeness, the case law is complete with it.
Judge, it's hearsay. I mean, just it's flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
It's,
Oh dear. Okay, so the jury is not present right now. They had their lunch break. They haven't come back into the room yet. The judge said that the state missed one count that they didn't read out, is what I heard. And the defense is saying that they can cross-examine this witness about Megan Boswell's statements, which is interesting because we know that's mostly lies, right? Okay. Yeah, Tracy says, why do people pop in to tell us what's going on because they're watching live somewhere else? I don't know. I don't know why people do that. We're obviously watching on purpose. We're behind on purpose. Maybe people don't know it. Maybe they don't know we're doing it on purpose, but we are. I'm just going to pause here and there because I think there's going to be lots of silence after this. So what is a material witness is what lots of people are asking now, because they said that guy, Austin, who was supposed to be in the courtroom and didn't show up, then it sounded like he was arrested and released on a $500 bond. But if he doesn't show up again, the judge said, then you're going to be held on no bond and you have to be here. Okay, so he's a material witness, and a material witness is, based on my internet research, okay, I'm not a lawyer, a person who has information or evidence that is considered essential or significant to the outcome of a legal proceeding, such as a trial or an investigation. So they say here are some key points about material witnesses. Relevance. Their testimony or evidence is directly relevant to the core issues of the case. This means the information could help prove or disprove key facts. Very interesting. What does Austin Feller know? I want him to spill all the tea. Tell us, sir, why did you not want to be there? What is it? Legal obligations. In some jurisdictions, material witnesses can be compelled to testify, and in rare cases, they might be detained to prevent them from fleeing before they can give their testimony. Yes, this is done through a material witness warrant. Protection. Sometimes material witnesses might be provided with protection if their testimony puts them at risk. This could involve entering witness protection programs or receiving temporary security measures. Distinction from other witnesses. Not all witnesses are material. Some might testify about peripheral issues. A material witness's testimony is crucial to the central narrative or facts of the case. Mama Roach said, I bet he's the father. Seems very plausible. And so they said the concept applies in both civil and criminal cases, though the procedures for handling material witnesses might differ slightly between the two. So he has to be there. What does he know? Interesting. Okay, so now let's see what the judge might decide. I don't want to miss anything. Let's speed it up a bit to see what happens. So I guess it's not really a defense motion necessarily. Kind of is. The defense wants to cross-examine that witness about Megan Boswell's statements.
That's Dukes.
Lee says, where are my other Tennesseans in chat? Yes, if you're local, let us know. If you're attending the trial or plan to, let us know. Shame, this witness just has to sit there. The suspense of all of this. What's going to happen? You're literally just reading things.
803, 1 point.
There. Okay.
All right, and looking at the newest edition of Tennessee Law of Evidence, 7th edition. I'm on page 8-6. Under Rule 803, 1.2, admission by party opponent. A statement offered against a party that is A, the party's own statement, is not excluded by the hearsay rule. And in the entirety of 806, I'm sorry, of the discussion of Rule 803, 1.2,
Hard to say it just now.
well, in the book, it's section 8.061. But the rule is actually 803, 1.2. There is no discussion of the rule of completeness as applied to the exclusion of a party opponent admission. The only thing it says is that the person against whom the statement is used may testify. And of course, this is a criminal case, so she's not required to.
Judge, if the court would refer to Rule 106, the Rules of Evidence, I think that discusses the doctrine of completeness in order to process a collected case. The case of State versus Torres from
Hold on.
Tennessee.
This is why we have these issues.
Okay, so just to recap for anyone that's here now and wondering, what are we watching? So there was, they discussed some of the evidence, the trash can, and finding Evelyn's body. And then the jury went on lunch. That must have been difficult after hearing all of that, right? So they went on lunch. They're not back in the room yet. We're still behind on the feed. We're still just almost an hour behind the feed. We might have to teleport over some of it soon because I think they don't do too much for a while. But at least right for now, they're saying things. And so Matt, whose channel is MB Inc., I always tell you guys about him because he helps us hunt down press conference links and documents and things, right? Thank you, Stefan, for telling people, yes, the court is in Sullivan County, Tennessee. And so Matt was saying, because he's watching present time, that the defense wants to cross-examine Agent Fraley about a statement that Megan made to him that he brought up. Prosecutors argued, saying that information was not something submitted in evidence. But the judge says the judge is saying the court is taking time to review the law to see if this request from the defense is legit, like if they can actually cross-examine Agent Fraley, about that. So that's what's happening. Kathleen said, thanks to everyone helping each other with questions in chat. Yes, thank you, everyone. There's a lot of people here, and sometimes please don't be offended if I don't catch one of your questions or the mods don't or something. Thank you, everyone, for helping out to answer some questions. If you did the trial prep and you know the answer, it's very helpful as well. And I know if you did the trial prep, then you know the information. You would not be giving out inaccurate information, right? Zoe says Sullivan County, Tennessee is located in the far northeast corner of Tennessee, very close to Virginia and North Carolina borders. And Janice says 3.5 hours north of Chattanooga. We recently watched a trial in Tennessee which took place in Chattanooga. That was the Jason Chen trial. So let's just have a listen here.
Issues pre-trial. That's why I set so many hearings before court.
I understand. I didn't expect they would dismiss that count of the indictment today and do this.
One what?
106, Your Honor.
I'm just going forward a bit. I want to see if they talk and when.
Information that
They start talking.
9917. And that is State versus Brewer.
We have a squeaky chair in the courtroom. It's amazing that
Under 106 now.
we're all sitting here waiting to see what happens next. Don't tell us if you know, okay? We want to watch. We're watching this together. We want to see what unfolds here, what happens, and it won't help anyway right now, skipping 45 minutes ahead because there's not much going on yet. So let's just see what unfolds here. And then we might have to go over the presentation, especially if there's people new here. We might have to look at the interview again and keep ourselves busy, while we wait.
Evaluation. What? I guess my question is, I don't know what the rest of the statement says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Ms. Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case, in 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing about it. So that's what I'm asking.
Judge? My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't. I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
Judge, absolutely, he does. I mean, it's right out of the.
Can I finish? I'll listen to you.
Oh, my word.
I mean, no disrespect.
What a day in Tennessee, huh? Sullivan County, Tennessee. It's getting spicy in this courtroom.
Anyone here, I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. they ask about the statement, then they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure we, I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Yeah. You've got the cases, let me know.
Okay. Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westlaw 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to me, in which she get. I mean, I've heard her back. If that's what you want me to do, I mean.
Oh dear. What do you think? I remember pausing and talking about like, ooh, well, maybe now we're going to hear, her statement. Because then we started talking about all the other stories that she said of like, oh yeah, she started telling stories of, well, yes, Evelyn's dead, but what happened was that either Hunter or myself, Hunter was a boyfriend at the time, rolled over her. Yeah, that's what happened. So she went with the sort of accident angle, which still doesn't make it okay at all. But yes, very interesting. Beach Bum says this trial is already super interesting, right? And it's been 5 years to get here. My goodness, you said thanks for covering. Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't miss it. Sure.
I would further point the court, the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talked. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says, rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
Well, we're going to take a minute. I'm going to look at whatever cases.
They didn't.
Did you get that? Did you find her?
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through. If we can have a minute, I'll collect and send them back. I just may need the time to do it.
Who are you talking about?
Back to your staff.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll take. We're still on. We're still on the right.
Oh dear. I wouldn't know. I'm not a lawyer. It just seems like it would have been a risky question to ask if it could open the door to cross-examination about it, if that's not what the state wants, right? Interesting. That Mickey says, wait until the statement is read and recall for cross. Wow, okay, so, oh, the sound literally just did go off. Yep. This is the portion where there's no sound. Oh dear.
Robinson.
Okay. There we go.
All right, Mr. Scott, you handed me.
Maybe you some of you get the point now. Why would you like to start later? We love to teleport through that. Imagine sitting there for half an hour more of silence. Oh no. Obviously we'd keep ourselves busy, but still. Let's see what happens here.
3, 4 cases. 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 4
4, I think. Right here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106 as a rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820, and that's again Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case. They talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears upon the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that it put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted an objection, said earlier that she was telling lies, and then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah.
Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it, however. One, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only
inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant, put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And in the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted, the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists 4 things. 1, explain already admitted proof. 2, place admitted proof in context. 3, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or 4, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I have not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that
Step out.
Oh my. Step out, everyone. So, Dainty Dane, don't worry. I'm aware, okay? I'm aware what's going on. So we just got a little bit more to watch here. This is a big issue they got to sort out. So they might actually end this day a little bit early and come back tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what happens now. But I've already set up the stream for tomorrow. Please stay here. Buckle up, okay? Stay here and we'll teleport there together. Just stand by.
And Mr. Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time.
Oh my word, so she really blamed the boyfriend, not just one of us rolled over Evelyn. No, she said Hunter did. So she blamed everyone but herself, right? It was like, okay, the babysitter took her, there was no babysitter. A babysitter took her, my mother took her. Hunter rolled over her. Wow, okay.
I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what the proof is, or do I need to hear the whole 2 hours?
I would.
Because there's, in this case of Jacob, I don't recall which one it is, but I read that one of the arguments was that the defendant on possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on the summary of the proof instead of reviewing the entirety of it, that the judge couldn't make that decision.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? Yeah. She gives an explanation, and I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair, and I think it does satisfy at least 1 or 2 of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yeah, she's lied and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, there's no mention of anyone else in what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it, and I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have
obviously it's where I'm struggling.
Well,
I do think I'm going to give the defense some credit here. I know they all have to be brave, they do their jobs and everything, but this judge is like, I think it takes some courage, hey, to bring up. Obviously, he has to. He's got to defend his client. Okay, so don't get me wrong. I'm just like, damn, he's just going on and on with this issue. You know what? At this point, I do want to hear him cross-examine, ask all those questions, right? But okay, American Smoker says, can you tell me where is the mom? You mean Megan's mom? She's unfortunately been in and out of jail a lot. So I'm not sure if she's in jail now or not, or if we'll hear from her or not, okay? So let's just see what happens here.
The test that the Tennessee Supreme Court has given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as the trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it an audio? Is it a video?
Right. It's 2 hours.
Well,
I guess we could fast forward to that.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today, but then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And
Smart.
therefore, he couldn't have made.
Oh my word, so the judge wants to watch an entire 2-hour video, which is probably a police interview? Lucky him. I want to see that. Listen, judge, excuse me, we'd also like to see
Inappropriate termination. So here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio or video or whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back in chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But
I'm not mad at anybody.
But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this, is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time, and the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. And the Supreme Court said, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say, and that's where that's my start.
Okay. I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant, under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution, the federal Constitution, has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness.
I
So
think I just said that.
I'm not sure that there's a difference between, if there's, the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. Let's make that exhibit.
We would love to review that with the judge, right? Yes.
And if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least, is what needs to be done.
Grace for, how do I say your name? Grace for Pace?
I'll comment about it when we get.
You said so the defense doesn't want the whole video shown? I think the judge is just saying, well, you know, it's like a 2-hour video and he has to now watch the whole thing. Otherwise, if he only watches a clip of it, then in the appeal process, then obviously there would perhaps be some grounds for an appeal to say, well, the judge didn't watch the whole video before he made whatever ruling it could be, right?
Yes, sir.
Where we're at right now is I'm gonna have to bring the jury in. I'm gonna send them, since this is day one and they've not been to the hotel yet, I'm gonna go ahead and just send them to the hotel. So I'm gonna have to, is it listen to or watch?
It's video.
It's video.
All right. And we may have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. And there shouldn't be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury in. Lieutenant, so you know, I'm gonna go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Let them get settled in.
Now, what is she writing?
We'll start back in my apartment. But I need to go ahead and-
Your Honor, I think if you, did we not get in that other case, those statements with the Bluetooth?
I still got this.
Did it work that way? Okay.
But I had to think of it.
Okay.
Adrian says they should just show it in open court. I mean, maybe they plan to at some point. But that's just because we want to see, right? Show us the police interview. Okay, so the jury, they're going to bring the jury back in now. And then they're going to send them to the hotel. Remember, the jury is sequestered for this entire trial. There's 8 men and 6 women sequestered for this entire trial, which means they don't get to go home. They stay in the hotel. They hardly watch any TV, I don't think at all, really. They go to dinner.
Stand, please.
It's trial, it's dinner, and then it's bedtime. There's no like phones. There's no Googling. There's no watching YouTube. I have my phone on me all the time. I would really struggle with that, but okay. You know, they have to because they can't be exposed to anything about the case. So the trial is expected to last 2 to 4 weeks. Imagine no phone, not seeing your family and all that. Wow, for a month. This is the defendant, 23-year-old Megan Boswell. Michelle.
You may be seated, thank you.
Let's hear what the judge says to the jury now, but Michelle, I like your suggestion, okay? Let's all see the video and send the jury to the hotel. Yes, yes, I concur, yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant. Somewhere in
Undisclosed.
Tri-City.
Nice.
But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. 1, you're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the jury. You're to report promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. And you're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you then.
One second, please.
Yep, jury going to the hotel, checking in, and then we'll be going out for dinner to an undisclosed restaurant. Hunter's Moon said, is they court on the weekends? Absolutely. Not on Sundays, the judge said, but they will be on Saturdays. So we'll be in court over here on Saturdays as well. Yeah, Stefan says, undisclosed restaurant, so the flash photographer won't show up. If you guys missed that in the beginning, wow. Right before the defense's opening statements.
Thank you.
All right. Y'all, we'll be in recess till 8:30 in the morning. I need y'all to get that statement to me in chambers.
Yes, Judge, may we talk about something else?
Oh dear. Sidebar. Look at the judge, he's like, oh, there's something else now as well. It's a snarky first day of this trial. Sure.
No.
Gotta do it right. Stefan says, so we will have lunch on Sunday. Yes, all the other days we are not having lunch because we teleport through it. On Sunday we can have lunch, and probably we will catch up on sleep. Am I right? So, wow. Okay, I think they're gonna probably, yeah, they're gonna turn the cameras off in a moment here. So that's it. That's literally, you could see, if I just go forward a second, the feed is done. Okay, the day is done for today, and that was very eventful. My goodness. I can't wait to hear from Austin Feller. Do tell us what you know, sir. That's going to be interesting, especially because he didn't want to be there. Okay, he's a material witness. So everyone, I hope that you understand what's going on. At least you've now got some time, some extra time, okay, to do homework. That would be the trial prep. There's a part 1 and 2. What we're going to do now is teleport to the next stream. I put it in the chat there for you. You can either click on it right now and go there and start talking, okay, because I'm going to be there in a moment, okay? Or you can just wait for the outro to finish playing, and you should be automatically redirected there. It's always nice to see who gets there first, okay? We race you there. And who ends up there, because we're like 6,200 people, and normally, you know, not that many people, not 6,200 make it over. So let's see how many make it over there today, okay? Are you ready to teleport? Tomorrow we're starting with day 2, okay? And I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing more testimony. The cross-examination could be interesting. Let's see what the judge decides in the morning. Please know, if this is your first time watching a trial with me, we start late on purpose. It's like an intentional delay in the unlikely event of delays like this, or lunch breaks we want to skip over, or coffee breaks, okay? Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for the support, and thank you to everyone that's made it over to Patreon. Mods, you're the best. Bye.